All right, we back. How are y'all doing? We are underway to do some more enchanter stuff. The enchanter path continues. So I'm working on enchant armor. I could technically stop here and just implement these, but I'm going to. I need to figure out a system for um, how I'm going to implement just raw stats added, and so I kind of have to use my hit detection system, otherwise it gets kind of nutty, or my passive system. And so maybe I just let's open up a stat here. Okay. So right now I have the passive proc enchant armor with this stuff. Do I just also attach this? So really the core of the issue is to just I believe my core issue is enchant armor. If I just add enrage, resist, it needs to also purge that. Oh, I have that issue again. Interesting. I thought I fixed that. I wonder if it's the issue with the macros. That would make sense. I don't think it's this one. No, these, again, this is a temporary fix because I have a little bit of revamping to go to my code on how stuff is being loaded. Alright, so if I buff myself with enchant armor, um, Enchanter. Okay. This needs to be passive. And then draw on the enrage. And then I think I did this one wrong. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I put the... No, yeah, this is right. Okay, so we have a proc that's triggered on hit. Oh, I'm doing something wrong. Oh, right. I think I put... Alright, let me close some of these things out. So we have enchant armor, which applies this. We have the proc that applies this. So this one is the direct target, which does this on your ally herself. Proc enchant armor is no longer self. It is I think that's right. What am I doing wrong? Oh, so okay, maybe it is working. Okay, it's falling off now. Okay, that's set up correctly. Why is this? All right, let's properly set this up. Copy this here. We'll just say ruin for now. Okay. So enchant armor applies both of these, and then this applies this, which applies okay, this is wrong. And then let's go ahead and rename this. Which technically in this case, we're not even going to use this, I think. We're going to delete that, do a negative stat change. And all we're trying to use is the passive hit system to count down and remove the buff. Which I need to extend the duration on. Oh. Why did that just magically work? Um. Huh? Okay, let's see if it's actually doing the on and off of the resist damage. Well, 5,000's weird. Why it's doing 5,000. But there's gonna be a hit for 15, 10, 10, buff, 5, 4, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I don't know. I didn't have to add any code after all. There was some conflict with the other warrior ability, it seems, and this guy I don't actually need. Let me just quickly do a update references, check in, and then what is being used by this? Let me double check. Might just be saved in reference or memory. Oh, I see the issue. So this was my actual sleep spell. I'm glad I didn't delete it. So first we need to rename it back to sleep R1. And update. Just check that in. And then move it back to just here. Once again. I was like, what is going on? Why is this? Normally I make a copy before doing that stuff. So in this case, all we have, again, just 4 files. We have the enchant armor spell itself, then the proc or the passive it gives, which purely just is it doesn't do any stat changes or anything, but it tracks the way to purge the abilities and whatnot. So I have to change that out, obviously. It's 1, 2, 3, boom. All right, well, I mean, from what I can tell, I'm completely done on the required code for enchant armor. Jestra, hello. Are you sure you don't want to count down the index instead? What do you mean by that? Enchant armor. You don't remember you hooked up the wrong thing and it wouldn't count down? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's all working now. I have 2 variants, so it's one of those things that I'm always thinking about the best, because my brain's like, how do I get it implemented? And then it's like, how do I implement it properly within a game architecture? And then, like what is, then I'm thinking about, because I, have vertical third in tech, right? I'm always like, is there a better place to put this in a, take a back seat and look at it as a whole type thing? Yeah, so that's, I'm constantly like, my brain's kind of like twiddling its thumbs on all of that stuff. So if I pull this up, this is needs to be enchant armor. And this, let's do enchant. Now, these shouldn't have to be the same, I think. This one might. let me try. This is the passive. Why is my keyboard not working? Hello? Yeah, I probably will. So that goes back into the buff system that I need to save in the cloud and stuff. One, two, and three. Okay. So we have enchant armor. Then this is needs to be enchant armor, I believe. And let's go from there. You got some competition? Two and okay. I'm gonna have to find a way to. Okay. So as long as everything has to be kind of, the proc has to be named. This one can be named whatever, so that's good. And then on the stat change here, has to be named the same as the enchant armor. And this is the passive R1. And so if I put that here, okay, so that's working. And now he's doing normal damage. All right. Holy moly. Enchant armor is ready to design. And one of the first abilities is done. So we'll call it, I mean, the first one's enchant armor, that's fine. Does this show up? Okay, enchant armor, passive R1. All right, so enchant armor, we'll just say ruin. So what I'm going to start doing is stop thinking in the mindset of like R1, R2, R3, and start thinking. And this is more like just naming internally for my things, and start thinking of each ability is. You basically have a single ability that has one version, a base version, and a critical cast version. And so that's what I'm going to start trying to name my ruins, my abilities as. And then you'll be able to take those abilities and slot them in to your R1, R2, R3. And hopefully that might simplify things. And I'm actually like debating maybe only having 4 buttons, and the top one could be your potion bar or consumables, and then you only have 24 abilities. Because 48 abilities just seems like a ton. But maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. Depth kind of matters sometimes, and that's a lot of depth. And some of them you don't have to think about too much, like the ones that are like a critical, like because EverQuest had a lot of things that were like, okay, here's the single target version, and then here's the group version, right? And so a lot of times on your bar, you would have a single target mez, and then the AoE mez. And so you kind of like for the enchanter at least, it makes sense that a lot of things are just, oh, I have a base version, and then the critical cast of that is a group or AoE version. So some of that is like a little bit off your mental load, and not something you have to worry too much about. All right. Anyways, so we have enchant armor, the spell, which is going to the base is going to be enchants a target with 50% damage reduction for 3 hits. Alright, I'm just going to call that done. So R1 is done for enchant armor, which is just damage, it's the enchanter ruin. What's next? So I could do a hit knockback. I could change the current phantom robes to a enchant armor spell, and then change the phantom robes to something else. Because it is kind of nice that you could put a buff on your cleric or yourself that automatically mezes something. Even it's like a short duration mez, right? It'll be like a 10-second mez. Yeah, I think I'm just going to do that on probably R2 here. So in this case, we're going to take, we don't need the ruin. All these, copy them here. Wait, suffix, I think. Right? Yeah, R2. With stone curse armor? What's that? I'm just going to recolor this. Gives random chance to turn monsters hitting you into stone. Oh, cool. I'll make this like a purple. And then, what did I do the name? Enchant armor R2. Alright, so let's close everything else. Open these two. And then take that over. This is going to be enchant armor. Mesmerize, I guess. Okay. And the stat change of this. Wait, what is going on? So we have this. And then clear that out. And put in this. And then this needs to do proc armor R2 for 1 hit. And it needs the same name as this. Which does, okay, now we're here. And this will just for now do sleep, enchanter, set 1, which I think is, what's the duration on this one? 15 seconds. Just make sure. Oh yeah, is the rotation set up for enchant armor 2? It's not. Mesmerize. Alright, something's not set right. What's not set right? Sleep. I don't want to change, right? Oh, that's why. I did sleep to spell, not sleep to stat change. Alright. For one, let's just take this, copy it here. That way we're not screwing up in the mez. So let me go look at Phantom Robes real quick. So it's a direct target, direction, action owner, current. That's all proper. And the stat change is just sleep. Okay, so this is what I actually messed up my actual sleep spell. Yeah, I have on the warrior tank shield, I have a thorn. It's basically gives you a thorns passive whenever you get hit. Alright, let me think again. This is connected to this, which is working. This part works. And then this guy here gives me this, which then does this. So duration, negative, enemy, and this is set to the right targeting, right? Eligible targets, enemy. Eligible targets, enemy, to duration. Maybe it needs to be add. now. Maybe that's the problem. Let me see if my sleep spell is even working. I think I broke my mez completely. I would use gear that proc skills when doing melee attack. I would get mobbed and everything dies. Huh. Okay, that definitely got messed up. Where are my icons? Maybe it is in the blank folder. Okay. The heck? What else? I'm missing a different, this one? I can't find my thing I used for, my sleep spell. Zzz. I guess I'm using a new spell icon for sleep. So weird. Where are these at? Show in folder view. Okay, it's somewhere in here. Elementalists. There we go. I think it's that one. That looks right. Sleep. Put that there. Oh, I'm such a dork. I should have went just over to my other sleep, my R2 sleep. That's the one. I'm not even right. Okay. Random mini quest there. Why is my proc not working? So proc is on hit. That part's working. Mesmerize. Direct target. Oh. It's probably just this. There's only just a few settings in vertical third. Just a few. Oop, wrong. I'm gonna stun new. And cast enchant armor myself. And now he's missed. Okay. So let me close these out. And then open these in order. Okay. Make sure these icons are right now. So this is the pink one here, enchant armor, whatever. And then the only other one we have to care about is here. Which is enchant. Mesmerize. And I think we're good. I think R2 enchant armor is done. There is. spelled mesmerize wrong there. Why do I feel like that's wrong? Mesmerize. How do you spell that? S and Z. Did I mess up the other one? I thought I labeled this already. Nope. Okay. And this guy is the stat change. I think this still has to be different. Or let's see if it doesn't. If I put all of these to the same name, will that work? There's a chance it just won't add it to the character. No, it works. Okay, cool. That at least limits. That's another thing I'm going to test. I want another data table struct that's for icons. And basically you could make one icon with border color icon, or like a struct with just this kind of player facing all the player facing stuff that you would want for a UI. I want to make a data table struct for just this, and that way you can just socket these together. So if you have an ability on someone's button that you want the same icon to be on a buff or something, because I have. So in vertical third, like I'm always trying to have different ways to the designer to have control, right? So I have it so you have your icon on the button itself down here, but then the buffs and debuffs something gives, you can either group them into just one icon, or you can have them each do separate icons that could be dispelled separately if you wanted to. And so that kind of goes into when I do my enchant armor buff. I have them kind of segmented here, and I'm going to group them together now, and they should both go off here. So if I now go to let me do that real quick, and I need to make them the same duration too. So first up, I only want it to be 5 minutes. So okay, so both stat changes, we'll open them up. Change armor, ruin. So I think it's 300 seconds, right? Make them both that. But then the second one, the armor ruin, we're going to just disable that it shows on the user interface. And now that. Only shows 1. But I still get the resist damage bonus. And it should go away after 3 hits. 1, 2, 3. There it goes. It's back to normal. Will I finish Enchanter today? I just might. I just might. If I had known it would take this long to do everything, I probably wouldn't have started the Enchanter first. Holy moly. And again, yeah, I complain about it, but it's for the better because we figure out the crit system, and then we've polished up so many things. We've added stagger, which was that's going to be huge for certain classes, mainly the warrior right now. Got like the kind of like idea around AoE and group buffs and stuff. So yeah. But yeah, 2 enchant armors are now done. Technically I have to do the crit version of these 2, but that's just going to be like an area effect version. It was going to feel like a whole different game. Like, holy moly. Like, just talk about, like, elevating the combat and, like, classes feel flushed out, you know? It's going to finally be a real game. And a real boy. Yeah, I like that. Goodbye. On a random note, I'll have to redesign Phantom Robes. I can feel the power, yes. Or Super Saiyan 1. Not even. Okay, last enchant armor. So we have, you get hit, something gets mezzed, and then damage reduction for 3 hits, and what next? I suppose I could split the damage reduction stuff between physical and magical damage. It would kind of that of course take more code, which I don't really want to do right now. I want to finish the enchanter, god damn it. I don't really like the idea of a knockback consumable. I don't like the idea of any type of parry, dodge, block, you know, mechanic either, because I feel like that's more of like a shaman spell, or any class that in EverQuest shamans would buff agility, strength, stamina, those things, your kind of physical attributes. And so I could see those classes doing a buff that increases your dodge by, X% for a while. That gets consumed. But Enchanter, not so much. I could technically do like you get mana back when you get hit once or something. So you're like, these are supposed to be kind of used as like oh shit buttons in a way. And so you're supposed to cast these a little bit of like when you're not doing combat. You're supposed to like have a buffing period for your team. And so you cast them when you're not in combat, preparing for the oh shit moments. And then if you stacked up your Mez 1 plus your you're preemptively saying, basically giving yourself a mana potion later if you get hit. But it's one-time consumable. So yeah, I'm just going to go with that. Let's do that. Let's take all these. Bring them over to enchant armor. All these are going to be renamed. All right, enchant armor here. The proc. And the stat change. All right, this one will be blue for mana. All right. Rename this guy. And this guy. And this doesn't really need a name per se, but because it's an instant, it will never show. We want self, unavoidable, add primary resource, current. We'll do a value of like 25 to 35. And then the proc enchant armor, direct target, self. What? Oh, proc. And set this one up. There you go. Oh, dirt. Okay. I slightly might be fucking up here. Alright, so hopefully I did not just screw up a bunch of stuff in R2. Change to R mesmerize, which is pink. Go here, mesmerize, it's pink. Armor R2, mesmerize, it's pink. Okay. Alright, close all those back to normal. Yeah, okay. And then back to these. Change armor mana, it's blue. Mana, blue. R3. Mana, blue. Alright. Use a bunch of mana first. Alright, mana. Boom. Mana pot. Perfect. I'll take it. And now we're just going to make every one of those as a crit is just going to be an AoE version to make it a little bit easy on me to get to other classes. All right, maybe I do this now. So this is where I want to get into the idea of categorizing spells a little differently. Um, you know what? I'll do that. I'll do that later. I need to take a quick AFK. Help my kiddo. BRB. All right, I'm back. All right, screw it. I'm going to do this. I'm going to just start doing it this way. So instead of these kind of socket-based approach, I'm going to do now, we're going to have enchant armor, mana. We're going to have a base and a crit. No, base ones I've already done. Yeah, base and crit. So I need to think about spells in this manner. Base and crit. And so let's go. And just fix up. I'm going to submit my stuff. And then just check out everything. And so on R3, enchant armor is actually, we're going to take all of these and put it to base. Move here. Update references. And then we're going to have enchant armor, mesmerize, which is R2. And then we have base, crit, enchant armor, ruin. And so all of these, all right, so I'm going to update. I'm going to check these in. Unreal is so stupid with like, it's a combo of Unreal stupid with folder move and reference stuff, and then Perforce can get even more complicated with weird folder moves and stuff. Because a lot of times you're technically, like, when you do a folder move Unreal, sometimes you're actually, like, copying the file over to somewhere else and then deleting the old one. It just gets really complicated and weird. So I do things very step by step to make sure I don't screw anything up. So we're going to batch rename these from R3 to mana. And I will check these back out. Mesmerize. R2 to mesmerize. And And I think one of these is sleep. I think I need to check these in first. All right. So this really helps me mentally for future classes. You have a single ability that has a base function and a crit cast, and that really helps me from a skill design perspective. Instead of thinking of, one skill is one button that has 6 variations. Um, it's a single ability is just a base and a crit version of that ability, and then you can socket those into R1, R2, R3, and like depending on where you put it as your player in the future kind of like ability, UI menu, it'll make it like stronger or weaker, and like the mana cost and stuff will differentiate and things. Um, so that'll be like the future UI menu for that. Yeah, you like that customization? Cool. Um, so you can have, you could potentially put like an area effect mez on R1 that, or like I do have it on R1 and R2 and R3 or whatever, but it'll like we'll figure out how it's gonna work, but um, and there might be limitations on certain things, like a mez. Maybe the base determines the socket, the so-called socket type, um, and then you can only put certain sockets, skills type sockets in that going forward or something, um, something like that, you know, a base and a crit, and but this is definitely a much easier way to organize all this instead of this confusing mess down here of R1, R2, and R1C. And so now so with the crit version, all I have to do is change this right here. Copy that. Crit. And now we'll just make this a... All that should be able to stay the same. Make it AoE. Hitbox 1000. Oh, I didn't put in the... so now we go to... so this is R3 crit, I believe. So R3 crit, enchant armor, should now be an area effect. Yeah, area effect. Why did I not get the buff? Oh, it's just a setting. Allied self. Now with this in mind, the problem with group buffs on crit is how do you get a crit if you're not attacking and stuff to do it when you're out of combat. I might make sitting for the enchanter. If you meditate through 5 rune rotations, you get a crit. But that gets a little complicated on choosing what you want to choose. It's a little bit of flaw in the design right now for doing group-based buffs that are intended for out of combat. Maybe they give you a crit at a reduced rate, and you just kind of have to sit and wait for it. thinking. I could just make your standard buffs give you crit as well, but it'd be kind of annoying to, hey, I want to group the team with mana regen. But have to wait till we're in combat to like do a group buff. It wouldn't be the end of the world if I just, at least for now, to see how it feels. Have the sitting rotating increment also do add crit. At least for the enchanter and likely the cleric as well. I forget where I put that code. I need a group pays their bills on time buff. Yeah, no kidding. I feel you there. What is it? It's rotation ruin, right? Has there ever been a game that has done that? I don't know. Where did I put this code? I don't have any idea where I put this damn rotation ruin code that increases your runes while you're sitting. Scholars could swap mana with party members, then regain by consuming HP. Is one of my favorite classes to play. Yeah, there's basically like class dependencies like that. So in EverQuest, clerics were like the healers, right? They were the ones that could complete heal people. And so in raids, them staying high in mana was absolute #1 priority. And so you'd have necromancers that had an ability to give their mana to someone, and it was just like slow drip their mana to the other player. And so it basically became, and necromancers are also like very solo, like they're kind of a very strong pet class that could solo and stuff. Yet they were kind of like a little bit useless in raids because you're not really fearing things and your damage in a raid environment is kind of subpar. So their whole job in a raid was to just give the clerics mana. And so a lot of people would pick that class because they could literally get get all the good gear, and they could just show up to the raid and um, pretty much do nothing. They would just sit by a cleric and give them mana and AFK. We'll be like, oh, I did my job. All right, finally, here it is. Um, all right, now crit. We need the stat component. But and I was the character I got the highest in EverQuest was a shaman, and a lot of people like them too because like most classes would just have to sit down and med, and that's how you got mana back, right? Um, it was very kind of later expansions that gear started actually giving you mana um, regen on gear, and the pieces that did were like very high level loot. But shamans could actually kind of they could like they had a spell called Cannibalize, and would convert their health into mana. And so you could sit down for a tick. You'd wait for your server side tick of mana regen while sitting, which is like the meditate, the better mana regen. Then you would stand up, do a quick Cannibalize cast, and then you would sit back down. And so in a game where mana regen was very slow, shamans were actually kind of fast because they could do those conversions. But yeah, that's going to be my solution for now. So R3, and now I cast my enchant armor stuff, and we all have the mana regen buff, or mana gain on hit buff. And I get hit, and boom, mana's back. We got a nice AoE to go with it. Linkers could link with a skill that heals when hit, so class is almost unstoppable PVM. What game are you talking about? I think you said Scholars, but like what game was that from? Or was that the name? Oh, Ragnarok Online. Okay. All right. Yep. That's my temporary workaround for now. Um, And so now we can just take the base here of Mesmerize, copy it here, and oh, we do need to rename these, right? Oh, I did do it there. Rename this to crit. Okay, AoE. Did I do this on this one? This should be direction, action owner current. This needs to be ally and self. And they don't need a target. And finally this one. Copy here. Targeting none. Enchant armor. Ruin. Crit. AoE. And then we go into R1C, that one's set. Weapons, armor. Number 2 was our Mesmerize crit. And then our 3 crit. Yeah, R3 is mana crit. R2 is Mesmerize crit. And then R1 is armor crit. I'm not sure if I'm going expanded classes yet, like after you reach max level. Yeah. Alright, so R3 crit on enchant armor. We all get the buff there. R1 did not work. And R2 did work. Got all 3 buffs. R2 is this guy. Maybe I didn't set the right one. Hmm. What did I do wrong? Okay. It's working. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention. What's R1? It doesn't work. But yeah, so you can have. It's gonna be like there's gonna be so many damn spells in the game. Um, so maybe you have the so-called. All right, so now if I do this, this should work. Okay. Go to the next one. There we go. I need to update the time and the durations on these, but I could technically also remove them from the buff bar. Well, no, I need the duration, so I do need to keep that. Yeah, so I think the that's not gonna help me. Um, 300. Yes.
Look at my child.
That's awesome.
There's
I love these funky little things.
the leggy frogs.
Mm-hmm.
This one. This one. This one's the best looking one. That one got half eaten in the womb, and we'll talk about what happened to this one.
No, they all look great.
Yeah.
It's great that they look different. If you're gonna try and incorporate memes into the skills, that'd be great. I think a lot of games don't try and do a comedy play, and they should. Alright, so on the crit spells for these buffs, I'm going to ignore this rotation set modifier, so it doesn't double it. And we're going to do like 30 mana on these. Basically, if you get it on 3 targets, if it's normal. If you do it on if you do it on more than 3 targets, it becomes. So once you have, yeah, we'll do 25 mana maybe. So once you have 3 targets you want to cast this on, it becomes more efficient to do the group spell. R1 is annoying. Okay, we are on the final. Okay, so it was funny. It was so funny. I was reading the news last night. This artist was going after a company that used their art in an ad campaign. I saw what it was, and it was like, yep, I used that, and it's on my YouTube. Better go private that video quick. Yep, that's too funny. Okay, I'm finally on the last ability for the enchanter. Oh lordy. Um, in the future, I might make it where you can only have like one armor on your character. So you have to pick and choose which one you want. But that's for another time. Okay. Memory blur. Um. So the first one I want to do for sure. Um. Is a unique way of doing. It's kind of. I want you to be able to do. So we'll do. And I need to. I can further make this simpler too. So I can do like memory blur. Is the so-called. That's going to turn into. I guess the socket type for your ability. And then below are going to be the variations of that. And so I don't need to have all these enchant armor text there. And so this one will be like the base, crit, and we'll have to this further identify this. Because crit on memory blurs, it's harder to do just an area effect version because you don't want the tank to get less aggro, or if everyone gets less, you need to not have that happen. But I love the idea of utilizing the two-target system. Excuse me. Okay. I'm thinking. All right. So at the very first, so memory blur. Um, I wouldn't want to do a base and crit folder. I'd want to just do. Well, technically, I could have a standard. Like the base. What is the base ability of memory blur? And then in this, we also have. I'm trying to name this like armor. Do like standard. Maybe. And then. Yeah, maybe I just include all the then I would need one more. I could potentially have memory blur not be memory blur, memory adjustment, and then the final one is giving threat to someone. So you can actually give threat to your pet and your tank. To help with threat. I think I'm going to go with that. So memory blur is going to turn into memory manipulation. Why did you just do that? Oh, because empty folders get deleted. That's why. So we have, then that becomes memory blur. Oh, okay, I'm just going to do that. Memory blur self. Blur self. Blur ally, and then threat ally. And so now we can go, once again, we're going to update those, make sure all this is checked out, right? Okay, that's checked out. So R1, all right, and then we have base and crit for all of these. And I think for the crit on these ones, I'm just going to do more value. So no like group-based stuff, just more value. And that'll be it for now. So this base, I'm going to put here. And let's get the stat change moved over. Well, that's a standard one, so I don't need that in there. Let's threat remove. And then the so-called R2 memory wipe is now going to be memory wipe ally. And the R3 is going to turn into a threat spell. And ally. Okay. All right. So the base is already set up. So that one's an easy crit too. So crit 1 here. Remember, 1 critical hit goes into the base. blur self, move here. And then on the crit 2 is the ally, move here. And the crit 3 is threat, move here. And this is now memory wipe, ally, crit. And then I'm going to ignore this for now. I don't give a crap about this at the moment. I'll just stick this. This is like enchant. I'm going to stick that in my other stuff. 5. I'm just going to call that done. So final enchanter stuff to do after blur animations. Oh, didn't I do track right? Yeah, okay, I did do that. All right. Getting there, getting there, getting there. Again, I truly do think every other class is going to go pretty quick. The warrior is like kind of already half done. So there's some benefits there. I'll probably do the warrior next, just because he's already half done. Okay, so we have the first one is done, I believe. If we go to, rotation set 1, we have the memory wipe on self, and then we go to crit, and we have self crit. So those two are done, and this just does 500 threat on the R1, and this one does, I think 250. So memory blur 1 is done. Now the next thing I have to do is create a way for an ability to, this is like a small change in the system. Let me pull up. This would be a targeting feature. So in targeting, I need to add up both. I need ally and enemy. Let me write this down. Code requirements. Targeting needs a both or enemy ally option, errors if you don't have both ally and enemy target. Okay, T, I'll be right there. I need to take another break. I'll be right there, T. Go sit down. I'll be right there. Yeah, I'm going to finish my notes and I'll be back. Okay, back for a second. I'll be going back and forth here a little bit. Enemy ally option. Errors if you don't have both. And then method. I could probably just keep target lock. I don't need to change that. And this here defines what we're doing to what. I could do enemy ally. Would I ever use? So in this situation, I'm affecting the ally target to the enemy target. Would I do anything from the enemy target to the ally target? Hmm. I'm back. Yeah, so how do I tell my system to use the ally target and affect the enemy target? And so, I guess it sort of just becomes a threat change, a stat change system add. Maybe I add it to, I could add a targeting functionality here. Because the standard memory wipes, if you use the threat remove, it'll remove your, your character off the threat meter. And now I want to change that to my ally target off the threat meter. Frickin' enchanter, yo. Why does class design have to be so complicated? What is this? So a targeting. Just like thinking this through. I reduce the ally threat from the enemy target. My brain's just spinning the wheels at the moment. Cause I'm thinking I have my action system, which could be used there, but that might require a lot of changes. And then there's this stat change system, which I might be able to do it much quicker there. me go to the stat component and think there. So in the stat modify ability, we have the stat change, but I don't think we have access to the actual ability, do we? We don't. I could maybe change the action owner. But that would get weird. That could cause a lot of edge cases. That would cause a lot of edge cases. So I don't want to do that. So this is the threat. If we modify threat, we target the player. If the character type is a player, we do whatever the character type is. Wait a minute, why is it doing this? So we're getting the action owner. Okay, if the action owner, so a person who casts a spell, is a player, which in this case would be the enchanter, and if the owner is targeting itself, if the owner is also the action owner, so this is wrong, I believe, for one. I'm trying to think this through. So we have the enchanter. If the owner is the action owner, oh, this is doing like a threat buff on yourself. So if you casted a threat buff on yourself, yeah, this is completely rude. This is supposed to be for AI up here. I don't know why this would ever change. This path doesn't make any sense right now. So I'm trying to understand why I did this. Because we come here, we get the action. So the action owner. Okay, so this is the action owner if they're a player. So the player casted something on. No, yeah, this is so weird. This is only if the player casted something on themselves. Because the action owner is a player. And the owner of this component is the same as the person who casted it. So I cast something on myself through this path. And for some reason, I'm trying to get the AI component to do all this weird stuff, which is completely useless. I don't know why we would ever be using this path. So I'm going to disconnect that path for now. And pull it to the side. Useless. Because that makes 0 sense. Purely because it's saying the action owner is a player, but also the owner of this component is self, so it's a player casting ability on themselves to then get their threat manager when they don't have a threat manager. So in this case, it's a player casting an ability on target, and we get their AI threat manager. We do threat. We either add or remove threat to the target. So in this case, if the target, the owner of the stack component, we check if whoever casted something on them is a player or not. And if it's a player, we're going to either add or subtract threat on their threat meter with the the player who casted the spell on the target thing. And now if the caster of the component is an AI, and this is like for when I'm trying to do my right click on my mouse is going all funky, so it keeps bringing up the menu. So if the owner of the spell is an AI, and this could be a player, we're going to do a threat remove. But we do want to. So does this mean threat manager, threat remove? Okay, so this is just automatically saying, hey, we want to remove threat from the target. And we just handle that separately. So the AI casts something. Obviously, if the action owner is an AI, that means this is an AI casting ability on a player. And we're going to remove threat from the player. And so maybe I just do I can't do get target, I don't think. But we could have a threat option here. But I also kind of want to not make it that. I want to make it more of a systematic change that I could always, because there's could be potential of other classes in the future using this system because we have a 2-target system. And so it would be some sort of setting that redirects everything. But this might be a bigger implementation. So the threat example here, this would come through. The action owner is still going to be a player, but here we're sort of changing the action owner to something else. And I can't change action owner as a whole because it gets into a bunch of other stuff. That'd be all messed up. Which sort of means this is a bigger systematic change. I'm thinking. I guess I might just implement the basics of the threat thing, but and just think on it a bit more. I could do override code as well for now. Yeah, let's just do override code for now. Hello, Melzy Melz. We're doing well. I'm just deep in thought here. I'm working on the final enchanter ability for now, at least during this pass. And so we have enchant weapons that do, I think R1 is a stagger buff, so you proc stagger against the target. R2 is a damage proc, so you have a chance to proc, obviously, damage. And R3 was... What was R3? What did I put R3 as? I forget. Power buff. That's what it is. Flat power buff. So just a stat boost of power and damage. And then the crit versions of them are just a group based. You can target an area to do a group buff of the spell. And then everyone gets it. And that's for all three. And the same thing goes for enchant armor. we have the first one. We'll go to R1. Is R1 was 50% damage reduction for 3 hits. So now if I do this, 1, 2, and 3, it gets dispelled type thing. And then the next R2, I gotta stun this first, is kind of a defensive. It just mezzes the first thing that hits you, or whoever you buff with it, for it's like a shorter duration, 10 or 15 seconds. And then the fourth one is gives you mana back. So it's like kind of like you're preemptively buffing your team with like an oh shit button type thing. So if they get hit, they either get, you know, a monster can get mezzed, or they get a little mana back. So it's kind of like little oh shit buttons and stuff that you can kind of buff your team with. And they're like single use things. But the idea of them is you kind of like want to buff them before your party goes into combat, and so you're not wasting the mana during combat. Alright, so I think temporarily I'm going to do on the memory wipe ally. We're going to do an override. Gotta collapse all my things here. Collapse all. Okay, custom code. We're going to do an override. It's going to be on the enchanter. Do you want to do a parent? Do I have a parent? Yeah, I'd call it a parent. So I do want to do this as well. Because there's things up in the parent class, I think, on this stuff. Yeah, override. So we call the parent, but we also want to do, let's go 0, I guess, for now. And I guess we'll just use 0. Override 0. We're going to get my targeting component. I'm going to get the ally target. And we're also going to get, I guess I can just pull out the ally target. I'll just do it, get enemy target, whatever. Let's use the interfaces that I've set up. So we're going to take this target. The enemy is going to be, you get the threat component. And we're going to reduce threat, or like add threat, I guess. Let me go back to stat component. I'll mimic the threat, how I'm handling threat over here. So it's threat on hit. And we're just gonna, we're gonna type in an actual raw threat value. So target is this. target actor. Why is this not? It's an object reference. It's weird. And we're just going to do a value of negative. Let's just start with 250. And so in theory, let's just do for a big test. Let's just do like negative 9999. So I'm going to send my pet in, and I believe the kit is all set up already. Let me double check this. So kit 2, memory wipe, ally, which is what I'm using here. So what I should be able to do here is summon my pet, have it get some aggro, target my pet, cast Q, and now it comes back to me. Perfect. And it's never in a million years going to get that back. I will clamp the value. Not that I need to, but or I don't need to clamp it here. I clamp it on the threat meter, I believe. I thought I did this already. I may have did this already. Threat add. Threat value add. Yada, yada, yada. Threat values. Oh my god. Can you stop? Right mouse click. We need to clamp this. We don't ever want to go below 0. And then max, we're just going to set to like 9999. So let's try this again. And we're going to, again, do 9999. Okay, so this time it did it. So now I have aggro. Okay. What am I doing wrong here? If my threat is 0, it should be targeting me. Or if my pet's target threat is 0, it should be coming after me. Did I? So I'm gonna get some threat. I'll pop you up. He's taking threat. Target him. R2. Cast. He's got no threat. Yet I don't have threat yet. It could be because I'm not passing through threat yet to the enchanter. And we're matched to 0. So if I go back to the threat manager, if I set this to -10, so we're probably still both going down to 0, but if I can make him go below 0, then he comes after me. And that's partly due to the enchanter pet should be passing through some of the aggro he gets from to the enchanter. So now Q. Probably. Okay, and he's still attacking. Alright, it's the hitting that's causing it. I think it might be working. So let's try this. Of course I have a crit, and I don't think it's going to work on crit. Just cast stun. Rotate out of this. Alright, so we're attacking. I pull my pet off. Q. And it still did not work. This is so weird. But if I go back to what this was, it was working. I'm just gonna leave it as is. If it's working, it's working. Save that. I don't need a nitpick right now. It's never gonna get that crazy anyways. And like, who cares if you go below 0 on threat? If you do, whatever. That's fine. I will think I'm going to try and implement a tiny bit of threat. No, I don't need to implement other stuff right now. I need some of the threat, the damage and stuff from the enchanter pet to go directly to the enchanter. Like pass-through threat type thing. But I'm not going to really care about that right now. I got that system working. And so the next follow-up is we're going to basically do the opposite. We're going to add threat. With threat. So this is going to be custom code again. Override 1 this time. And let's just see if it's working at smaller values. How's your day going, Melzy? Okay, so cast my pet. Get a few swings in. I target him, hit Q, and he comes to me. That's what I want. And this is memory manipulation threat. Just got transport and deserialization done. Nice. Oh, going pretty good. I'm working on the over-engineer networking I'm attempting. Just got transport and deserialization done. Nice. My heart goes out to you, because I don't deal with any of that stuff under the hood. I use Unreal. It does it all for me. Grant threat from your give an ally target threat from your enemy target. There's like so much trolling that can happen from this, but you know, we'll see how it goes. This is memory wipe, memory manipulation. Blur. Self. Against. Yes, I've been thinking of actually switching it, but for our specific case, we're using Godot for prototyping, and eventually want to switch to Unity, so having it somewhat modular way helps a bit. Also using gateway design to handle that too. Yeah, cannot remake it in anyone. Yep, absolutely. I know Godot. I haven't really heard too much about Godot multiplayer, to be honest. Is that because Godot multiplayer isn't a thing, or is it like kind of the same thing as Unity? You have to like build it from scratch yourself. What's Godot's multiplayer kind of state of things? Global multiplayer is good, but it's more suited for party games or situations where you have one dedicated server and many peers, or straight using P2P. Okay, cool. At least it's something, right? I know it's wild that Unity has went so long without their own like really robust multiplayer framework. It's kind of crazy that you're kind of automatically using a plugin or middleware in Unity for. I know they like in the recent years got stuff with it, but the fact that it went from like 2010 to like 2020 or 2022 without like a really robust networking stuff is kind of crazy. You have to like use Proton or whatever it's called. Okay, memory threat ally. Give an ally target threat from your enemy or to your enemy target. Then memory manipulation threat, memory manipulation blur ally. Reduce your ally's target threat against your enemy target. And then wipe self. Memory manipulation blur. Reduce your threat against the enemy target. Yeah, Proton and Mirror are just way easier. Steamworks, I heard, is also good. Cool. I need FK 1 second and check some of my food I got cooking. Alrighty, I'm back. I followed you, Melzy. I don't know do you stream at all, Melzy? Okay. What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay. So now I can give threat to a target. So now if, let's say, okay, we can do this. I'm going to aggro here. I do need a stun. I'll just mez it, whatever. And then I'm going to R3 memory blur. And it's going to give this give threat to him. So now when it breaks, it should go to the target dummy and not me. Sweet. Okay, I think I actually finished ally or enchanter abilities. So self is going to be a little bit stronger. So threat remove. Like we'll say like 400 by base. That might be too strong. Threat remove 250 maybe. I kind of want them stronger, then you have to cast them like once instead of having to repeatedly cast them. Haven't streamed in a while, been waiting for my new PC to stream again, yeah. So yeah, let's do threat remove 400 on the self. And then on the ally, we're only going to do a threat remove of okay, this one's irrelevant because this one gets overridden. And so we go over here, and these are 250. That's fine. So the threat ally, this entire bomb section's irrelevant because I'm overriding it. And then memory wipe, ally, same thing. Actually, I could just completely clear those out. I don't need anything in those. I don't think that's going to cause issues because we don't even spawn anything that uses them. Threat ally, wipe ally. And we're going to change the name of these two in a second. But this one does, which is threat remove 400. And let's do this. Update references. I'm going to just save all. Do a check-in before name changes. And then check everything out again. Memory. Blur. Ally. Self. threat. That's one's fine. And then the crits on these are just going to be added value for now. Copy, copy, and copy. I'm going to delete the old ones. And then I have to, unfortunately, do another check-in, update whatever, submit changes, because Unreal and Perforce can be fickle. Okay, and this guy is now going, this is the Memory Blur Ally crit, which we're going to do. Wait, why did I extend this? I don't think I'm supposed to do that. Oh, I am. Never mind. Okay. Memory Blur Ally. We're going to go to, I guess we'll make this one 1, and we'll adjust. This one's here. This goes up. We're going to just copy paste this for now. And as a crit, we're going to do minus 500. Then over here. And here, it's going to be plus 500. So this is Blur Ally crit. It's 1. Let's put it there. This is Memory Blur Ally self crit, which is just going to be right here. Just threat remove. I'm just going to do 1,000, whatever. Those values are kind of high, but I don't really care right now. And this one is going to be crit, right? Yep. 3, I think. Yeah, 3. So you have kind of an empowered threat reduction for yourself as an enchanter on R1. Then you have on your R2, you can have an ally target and an enemy target, and reduce the threat of the ally and the ally's threat to your enemy target. So you can like help get stuff off your cleric. And then you have a way to give threat to the tank, or whoever you want threat to have to give threat to. So like weird ways to manage threat. And I have officially completed my first pass. Well, whatever number pass I'm at for enchanter abilities. This phase of passes for enchanter abilities. I don't think I'm going to care about that right now. Yeah, that's fine. So all this is fine. Yeah, AoE stuff doesn't really make much sense for memory blur. Maybe there's like a situation where you get an area effect memory blur to yourself. But nah, I'll leave it as what it is. And so now we get to work on animations a bit, but I think I might need to get some food here real quick. I can start. I'm starting to organize how I'm designing abilities a little bit more. So each ability is always going to have like a base and a crit, and then you can socket those into your R1, R2, R3. So it simplifies it a little bit on how we're doing things. Oh, I do need to do, I think on these, I deleted something. Wait, why did that go away? Oh yeah, so that's the right one. Memblur crit. Oh, so this is self, okay? And then Memblur crit, ally. And then finally, Memblur threat. Oh, memory threat. Ally crit. So, let's review enchanter abilities here. Start with my pet. We have an R1 pet, sword and shield. Now we have the R2 pet, two-handed axe. R3 pet. This is the dual wielder. So it helps you proc your enchant weapon stuff. And now we need crits. And so I've updated that you can get crits by meditating. So R1 crit is now a hammer and shield pet. then the R2. Is a mace instead of an axe. And finally the R3 pet. Then the crits, obviously, you can see kind of last, I think they last 4 extra seconds. There's a dual wielding scythe pet. And that's one button for the enchanter right now. We just went through memory blur, so my first one would be, oh, I don't want threat from this target, so I'm going to mem blur, and it's going to get rid of my threat. The next one is if I cast a pet, I can choose the second ally, and so it's ally to enemy target on R2. Oh, so I do need that. Actually, let's go fix that. It's probably an input. So I think we're just going to ignore this right now. So we're just going to pass through. This is kind of like a designer warning. To make sure you have data set. But I think it's kind of an unnecessary warning. Once you kind of get into development, it's more there for new vertical third users. Because it's pretty rare that you don't even just start with something that doesn't have that included. And so, yeah, it's definitely useful for, you know, like for people new to vertical third. But I think once you get into production, it's an error I don't really need for now. I might need to re-add it later or something. I could add just an extra thing, like, so if we do this, so let's back this up or whatever. But we can still check for if we, this is kind of like the proper way, I guess. Go to custom code. Break my custom code. And then if there's an override, if there's no override, we just pass through as normal. And that should fix it. I guess it's the better way to do it. And that's the only thing I'm trying to get rid of is like, even though it's probably small, but these like the stat changes and the collection data, there's a lot of data here. And so if I can reduce that on anything I can to not have anything in the actual data port, you know, part of the data table, that's kind of better for memory and stuff to not have all that stuff in there, in that array. And so now it'll pass through if it detects there's an override. And so now I think it should be fine. Yeah, I have a bunch of like internal, vertical third specific errors to try and help designers, because like as you know, when you build tools, like this is my action system, right? And so I use data tables for my tools or designer tools, and so there's always like endless options, and like sometimes maybe some options aren't compatible with each other, or you set something down here that requires a target, and you don't have that target set up here, um, and so there's like always little tooltip things that you try and add. Um, okay, so now a crit or the memory blurs should not work now. If I do this, and then IQ, and no error. Um, okay. I'm trying to think. Okay, so it's done, whatever. Mez. And then I have memory blurring myself. Technically, I can mem blur myself again with blur ally. And then I could do I think I screwed up my order of stuff. I'm going to die. No, I'm not. Pet saved me. Going to AFK 1 second. eating my food real quick, and I'll be back. Alrighty, I'm back. And where are we at? So we're just testing each ability, making sure they work. And so let's just go through stuns real quick. So have an R1 stun, basic. They're just duration based, I think. And then the R2 is longer. And then the R3 is the longest. And now we have crit stun. Should be area effect. This one's around the caster. For R1. Then R2. Crit, I believe, is around the target. And then finally, crit R3 is selection. And I can choose to stun anywhere in range. And then Mez is pretty much the same thing, just duration based. Oh, I do need to fix a couple of these. I think that's correct. Yep. Now, technically, I should be having these set as this. I don't think there's a... And I will put these as mesmerize. Okay. Two. And then the third one's even longer. Oh. I think I do need to rename these to different things because they don't have a proper override, I think, right now. Oh, that's weird. So R1, R2, R3. You can kind of see the duration differences there. Because I don't think if I leave the, let's test. So R1, if I put them to the same name, will it override the duration? I don't remember. Oops. So, I did this wrong. Of course. Okay. R1. Going down kind of fast. R3. Yeah, it's still going down fast. So we're going to, just for now, make them different names, which makes them different spells. Oh, that's totally what I did. This is R3. R2, R1. And I think I'm going to sort these better now. Update references. Save all. Do that. And then we're going to do Enchanter Mesmerize. And here we're going to this is a little bit different because they're not actually like different abilities. They're extended durations based on your R state. Um, so maybe these are just like variants. So we could do weak, strong, powerful, something like that. So R1's going to be weak, R2 strong, and R3 is powerful. And then we'll have the crit versions here as well. Enchanter Sleep, critical, weak here. Oh, Chrissy, um, do you have your phone anywhere here? Yeah, it's behind you. Um, the theater group thing is going to call us, I think, around 6. Yeah, it's behind you. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, and I still think I'm going to make subfolders for base and crit. I've like discovered a lot of um, like my like next iteration of my combat system with rotation runes and stuff. And I'm trying to like this is getting too chaotic from an organizational standpoint. And so I'm trying to keep things kind of under wraps from a organization standpoint, which is also going to figuring this out now with the enchanter that I've kind of overhauled is kind of setting up my baseline as I move into the next classes and how I set those ones up. And so that's why I'm kind of thinking through just organizational stuff right now. All right, so everything's checked out. And now we're going to move this into base, and this into crit. Okay. Okay. Once again, checking all this out. I should be doing this for everything to have less of these weird things to do. So this is going to now be mesmerize, powerful. Powerful crit. I guess I'll do critic, whatever. Crit's fine. Yeah, crit's fine. Powerful crit. Base is strong. Let's mesmerize. Alrighty. So I've got Mez set up. And we're going to do a similar thing for stun and pet, I guess. So we'll have stun and then animate steal. And so stun is going to be, I guess we'll go with weak. We'll just go with this kind of style. Weak, strong, powerful. And the enchanter is going to be warrior, marauder, and duelist. And once again, we'll do base and then crit. Okay, so on this set we have, and have I done need to do that? I don't know if I need to do that yet, but I'm doing it, and then everything's checked out. So on set 1, this is the warrior. Base. And then stun is weak. 2 is marauder. Base. Stun is strong. And then 3 is the duelist. And stun is powerful. I get the crit. Warrior crit. Marauder crit. And duelist crit. This is 3, so this is powerful crit. Strong crit. And weak crit. Save all. Unreal's always super weird with a lot of these things, so I'm just... It's the combo of Unreal and Perforce that are constantly, like... They can give you problems if you don't keep up with your folder moves and stuff. So I just kind of take the time to do it properly, even though it takes a bit of extra time. Alright, so this is the Enchanter Pet Duelist. And then we can just copy that. Crit. Check out. Pet Marauder. Crit. And Warrior. Stun Strong. Powerful. Alright, those are all updated. And now we need to take this and get all of the pet stuff to go over there. So if we go to rotation set 1, we have so enchant armor is done, so we can delete that on all of these. Enchant weapon's not there. Okay. And so we're going to now the pet, which is the set 1. We can move all of these to the warrior base. Move here. And then all this to warrior crit. This one goes to 2, which is the marauder base. And marauder crit. Duelist base. And the crit. Duelist crit. Yeah, we love source control. Oh yes. Source control has saved my ass so many times. Source control, and I have a rule now that like if autosave is Unreal Engine, like every like 10 or 15 minutes does autosave. And I used to just like, oh, I don't want my computer to like lock up, right? Even though it's like locks up for like what, 5 or 6 seconds. And so I'd always hit cancel, 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 whatever. And like I'm at the point of like, if autosave save triggers, you let it do it. Let us do it work, because that saved us some hours of work as well. But yeah, Unreal is like how they move, how it handles like file moves and naming, and then how Unreal communicates to Perforce with file naming and communication and stuff. It can be really finicky and like mess up sometimes. And so I only ever do like one folder move for a specific file. And after you do that, you have to update references and check in. You can't do like a folder move plus a file rename, and then, oh, you know what? I moved to the wrong folder, so I'll move it again. It's like, no, no, no. You just one thing at a time, check in, repeat. Yeah, it's reference issues. Because every time you move a file in Unreal, it'll move the file, but it creates a redirector, I guess, that points to that file. So all your assets that use that file now point to the redirector, and then the redirector points it to the new folder location. But a lot of times, sometimes those like redirectors get like deleted, and then the references break. All these things, and so when you do your file moves and stuff, you in Unreal you do update redirector references, and then it properly, I guess, goes to the source file and writes the actual location of the file type thing. Um, and then depending on what you check in, like sometimes if you do too many moves and renames, the redirectors get all over the place. It's like a redirector to a redirector to a redirector to the file, and then if any of those break along the way, it can start causing problems, and you don't like all those things. All right, so Enchanter. So I need to update redirectors, save all. I don't know where I wrote my hamster brain. Forgot if I checked in yet. Is there anything else I need to move? Let's move stuff first before I double up again. Okay, so I think I can delete this guy. Delete the pet folders now. I really like how Godot handles its references. I really wish Unity had some more. I've heard that Unity has some like really, really bad reference stuff. I've heard a few people talk about that. And then when they come to Unreal, they're like, Unreal just does it automatically? What? Even though it's like, it's finicky at times, but it does it automatically. Okay, so now enchant weapon. I need to make an enchant weapon folder. Enchant weapon. And so we have stagger, damage, and power. I now sort my projects by lowest common denominator now anyway, so it's kind of band-aids that problem. But it's the fact that I have to do that, which is annoying. Yeah, there's so many things in Unity that Unity's so like broke. You can feel the weight of an engine that's not only built for games, right? And all these like different trying to be the super 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 modular engine, um, which is fine, but it also means sometimes there's a lot of custom setup stuff that you have to do as well. Um, okay, so enchant weapon R1 is stagger. because I want stagger to be like a core mechanic in the game. 2 is damage, and 3 is power. This is 1 crit, which is stagger crit. That's the wrong thing. This is damage crit and power crit. It's the bring your own tools versus the ready to go tool. Yeah, exactly. Like you see that in a lot of these YouTubers that do these like 1 hour of, build a FPS in 1 hour, and obviously the Unreal guys usually have a little bit of an advantage because they're like, oh, I'll use the first person template and just start with that, and start implementing some mechanics. Other engines are like, okay, well, I gotta, install this, install that, uh, all those things. Okay, so I got all those moved. What's left? Okay, I got some of those to move. And so now we're getting into, okay, so now I can do update. And so this is sleep R1 and stun R1. So these need to go to mesmerize. R1 is weak. Move here. And stun weak base. Yes, with Unity, we need to install the Unity 3 package to first get the ability to use 3D in our game. Now we want to install XYZ package to allow us to work. Yeah, exactly. Again, I've like pretty much never used Unity, so I only go by what I've heard people say. If it gets the job done, it gets the job done. Okay, so mesmerize strong base and base, and then powerful. Oh, whoops. Did I put stun in here? I did put stun here. Strong base, move here. Okay. And then crit stat changes. Sleep, crit. Sleep, crit. Alright, so now all of these folders I should be able to delete. One of the things I personally hated with Unity was decision fatigue, especially when you first use the engine. There's like 100 ways to do something, and some ways are better than others for specific setups. Yeah. I think you get that in um, you get that in a lot of engines, but I do um, obviously in Unreal there's just like this is the way you do it. It's like maybe there's changes a little bit if it's on mobile or something. But okay. Haste and then clarity. And then this is like MISC. That was base. Delete. Last used Unreal in 2015, 2016. It was 4.7. I think I feel there was a specific way to do something. Also made things feel cool when you get it to work. Yeah, that's exactly when I started too. I struggled learning Unreal, and like we started our first company in 2015, and I had no prior like game development experience at all. So, and we were like kind of in the more like startup kind of mentality of things. So we're like designing pitch decks and game ideas, trying to get fun, being the so-called creative people, trying to pitch to get funding to hire people to develop the game. And so I was trying to do some very like the most basic example of stuff I wanted to get to kind of show in a script. Like it wasn't even like combat ready. It was just a whole scripted thing where AI would I like the entire thing was programmed in the level blueprint, um, and so it was like this scripted like kind of PVE encounter type thing as people ran through, and you could play it as well, and you just kind of walk along things as um, they die through scripting, and it was pretty god awful. Um, but yeah, and that's why we were really excited we did the Coursera project because we've been there in learning Unreal. Um, I don't know if I ever told you that I did the Coursera project. Um, but the Coursera project, Epic hired us to do that, and um, we did courses 5 through 8. And because of our experience of slogging through learning Unreal, we wanted to do something that was had a really good flow of everything. Okay, so these become not so much kits anymore, but I need to like rethink of how I'm doing some of this stuff. But we'll just put in kits for now, and then move them all here. Now we can delete these. All right, one more time. Update everything. Submit. Then I have to do some renaming as well. So this is like the weird thing, right? Like it's saying to Perforce, even though I just did a folder move, hey, you need to like add the file here and delete it here and all this stuff. And so it's not really doing a folder move. It's almost acting as if it's doing a full copy it here and delete it here type thing. Okay, animate, let's start with this. The base is, all right, let's try and do I want to switch my list. So enchanter, pet, this is going to be duelist. Okay. Enchanter, pet. Oh, file organization. So tedious, annoying, but necessary. Um, This one is warrior. Okay, I did the pets. I think these are already good. The enchant armor should be fine. It's enchant weapons that are probably, yeah. Um, that's fine. Whatever. But yeah, this is just one of those things that, because of this process has made me, so last like week or so, um, I've been working on this enchanter, maybe a little less than a week, and it's made me, and I've like doubling down on the whole rotation ruin system, how it works. I did a little bit of work before the last playtest, the end of last month, and it's made me kind of realize where I'm going with things. And so now I'm actually able to properly design my classes, and it's kind of coming together. And so what that means is like I've figured out a step in my kind of gameplay feel of things. So I need to take a break and like update some of my systems to like, it was getting very complicated. with thinking about R1, R2, and then like then crit R1, crit R2, and now it's more of just like you have an ability slot, and that slot has 3 sockets, and each socket is an ability, and that ability has a base version and a crit version, and like just like getting that mentally sorted in my head really helps me simplify things. Memory blur is done. Mesmerize, I think it needs to be updated. Mesmerize powerful. All right, these ones need to be updated. Powerful. Okay. I'm getting there. All right, I think my names are updated. Okay, animate steel. It's got the duelist. Duelist crit. This one needs updating armor. Oh, what's up with this? Okay, enchant armor is connected to alright, so this is the buff. So stat change, enchant armor. We'll say mana passive, I believe. And that should be the one that gives, yeah. And then this is the proc, which gives this. Okay. I'm going to change this to mesmerize passive. And then technically, this should be the proc. Okay, so I did that a little bit backwards. So this guy should just straight up be connected here. And this guy should be I think proc. And this guy is just base, no passive. And once again, I have to, I don't want to migrate. Update everything, save all. That's the other thing that can get really stupid in Unreal. If you delete something in a folder, this is like an Unreal Perforce thing. If you delete something in a folder, create a new file with the same name, it'll actually appear as if you're trying to delete it, which is like really, really stupid. And so like you can accidentally delete files if you're not careful. All right, base. Enchant armor, whatever. I think I'm doing, am I doing, yeah? Enchant armor, which is connected to here, which now we want to rename this to just enchant armor mana. And then this dot change of the proc enchant. And I probably need, I can probably also, in a lot of these, I don't need to, I may not need to, I can, pretty sure I can safely start deleting the class names out of these. Kit. Just cleans up stuff a little bit more. I can just do battery names now. Search for enchanter. And just delete it. Alright, before I do all this, I'm going to update what I have. This is my this was my life when I made vertical third. Just thinking of naming schemes and project organization techniques. Um, you know, all these things to try and figure out like what are some really good standards to try and um, make sure we have in place. Um, yeah, I think I can take all of these and batch rename, search for enchanter, and get rid of it all there. I think I can do this on all of these. All right. Okay, so that updated everything. I just removed enchanter. Um, because I try and design my folders that you can have like really good search functionality. And when you do searching in Unreal, I'm sure it's like this for other engines, but you can include the folder name. So I can still put enchanter warrior in, and it's going to pull up everything in the enchanter warrior um, folders. Which is why once you can do that, you don't need enchanter in the title of the file anymore. And so it just kind of helps keep things a bit cleaner and short. And then to some degree, I still want files to have unique names. I don't want, like I could technically do it because I have a warrior folder. In the base folder, I could just put a generic pet name and then, or I could just do AI pet. But I don't ever want a situation where, you know, an accidental folder move overwrites something. So I still like to have some, making sure that every file still has a unique name. Okay. Let me go through my folders again. So Duelist, base. These are all good. These are fine. Good. Stat change clarity. enchant armor mana, and this is connected to the stat change for enchant armor mana, and then same thing, proc enchant armor mana, stat change proc enchant armor mana. So that one's good. Crit. Enchant armor mesmerize is trying the right thing, and then this thing, I think I need to do a check-in again before I rename that once more. This is supposed to be the proc. So enchant armor. Okay, that's there. And that's correct. Because this one does not have an actual proc stat change. Good. And then proc, yeah, that looks good. There's only 2 here. All right, finally. Haste. Oh, not quite finally. Base, blur ally, crit. Okay, these ones are actually good. These ones should be good too, I think. And this one can be relayed like that. Yay, files are organized. Because that was so fun. So one thing on my prio, this does get, this kind of goes with the old class stuff, but okay. So, I believe the last thing I need to do for this Enchanter Pass is touch up some animations. So once again, just mana regen to buff. My speaker's on. Headphones. We have a buff. I've tested the pet. Technically, I should test everything again because of my folder moves, which is annoying as hell. But through it. Okay. That one's kind of hard to tell. Okay. Okay, so stagger's proc and fine. There was that proc there. So that one's working fine. And then whatever my power is right now. If I do a 3-1. And updated my power. So that one's fine. Enchant armor again. You should hit for like 3 times. 1, 2, 3. It's gone. But it isn't pushing it forward, so I do need to do that. This is probably on all of these. Increase rotation and yeah, reset. Yep. Alright, the other thing is fixed loading of abilities. Initial load rework. Loading of crit. So the next thing up is, okay, so I was trying to do enchant weapons to like increase the, so now it's increasing properly, as it should be. So that's good. You got missed. I got mana back. And then I should get 2 more hits maybe. Five. There we go. Gone. So it's showing that I had 3, proc buffs on myself. I got rid of them all properly. Okay, so there's some tooltip stuff I could use upgrading on. This is enchant weapons. And I think I will actually delete a bunch of this stuff. For the ones that have a group cast, I think I'm just going to make it a group cast at the base. So I would do this, and then I would just do proc damage. And this now kind of simplifies all this we don't need. And then same thing here. I keep finding more things to just randomly do. So these ones are good. This one needs to be updated. Oh, wait. No, that's right. We crit. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Think we're good there. The crits of these ones are just group versions, so they don't need their own stats. It's literally just changing the spell from individual target to a group target. And I do need to make, I'm gonna do this, resources, cost type. I need to do all of these as like 25. Make sure they're all 25. Okay. I think these ones will also do 25 for now. Actually, I think these all get modified by the rotation ruin standards, so that's fine. Okay, maybe I'm actually done now. And I'm actually on animations. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Alrighty. Alright, so now I need to identify what spells need different casts here, or animations. So everything should be working as it should. These don't rotate anything. These all rotate the stuff. This one does as well. Yeah. Mesmerize. Okay. Oh, I need to take a phone call here. I'm back. All right. I'm a little distracted. Just random family thing doing. Um. All right. So the animations we need. Um. Let's look at this. Animations. So I think I'm going to do, because some of these are kind of very similar. We're going to have like a warrior pet cast, a marauder pet cast, and a duelist pet cast. And then the crit version will just be slightly longer. Then I want some different buff stuff. So we'll have a clarity, haste. We're gonna have a stagger cast. Just do pet. What you doing, Hein? Just doing a walk? Huh? Um, armor. So this is stagger, damage, power. And then we have enchant armor, which is ruin, mana, and last one is Mez. And next up is, so we have those. The stun ones. Okay, so Memblur will have self, ally, and threat. And then stun will largely be the same, just different cast times. Base. And then same with mesmerize. Base. Alright, so we have a little bit of animations to do here. Now, one of these we'll keep, so that one we'll keep for, I guess, the warrior pet. So we'll just cancel that one off. And that's fine. What else we got? That's already done. So I think I like this one for stun. I like that one as stun. So stun's done. I just need to modify a few of the. I guess let's just do this. So we're gonna have pet, and then the pet crit is going to be what? So let's do this. Animate steel, we'll go to warrior base. Appearance. And we're going to need 2 of these. Duplicate. This one will be crit, I guess. We'll actually do, let's go back to where we were. So the first pet cast is 1 second. So this needs to be need to work on some timings here. Let me do maybe this instead. I'm going to go to this thing. This might make it easier. Duplicate, reverse. And rate scale is -1. But then when I go into the montage, this is going at 0.2. Okay, so it doesn't do it right at all. Oh no, it is working. And so we start at .68, or say .7. Start time, we might have to do this reversed. There we go. And the play rate was like .2. Alright, so this needs to be like .4 now. That's not right. this is weird. This is getting very weird. Okay, maybe I can't do reverse. .3. Alright, now if I do -.5 here, does this work? Okay, that kind of worked. Alright, so now this part I'm going to do -1.5, -2, -1.75. So this one's going to be and this one a little longer. Alright, I need to do this back to what it was here. It's easier to do it this way. Alright, so I want to end at like 1. Yeah. I want this to be kind of slower. So dot. So I think this is going to end at .8. It starts at .8. This starts at 1. backwards. So I could do -1 on everything. Or negative. And then this has to go here. And this goes here. And now I can speed this one up slightly. And we're going to make this trigger around 1.24. It's like 1.24. 25 is fine. I'm probably going to take I'll see if there's a tutorial on how to do EverQuest spell effects in Unreal. I'd like to do some very standard basic spell effect stuff. Okay. There's the base pet version, nice and fast. That felt good. And so now we're going to duplicate this. And it's going to be like a 2 5-second cast. So the Pet Warrior crit. 2 5-second casts with this one. And we're going to slow this part down. Let's slow this one down. -.5. And maybe these guys a little bit. -.4. Okay, so now let's slow down. Need to be a little longer, I guess. -1. -2. There we go. That felt good. All right, so boom. Warrior pet's good. And then can do stun now. It's my kiddo in the back. He's having fun. All right, stun. Whatever you are. right back, people. All right. Stun. So we're just going to make a bunch of cast times for this. Let's just start with base. And then powerful. So the first one I think was fine. Yeah, it hits around like 1 second or whatever. I think we'll do like 1.2. Let's repeat this, duplicate for 2.2. And we can slow this down, I think. Let's see here. Let's try that. Boom. All right. Normal stun. And I think I can. Let me go back to that one time. I think we can make that. Yeah, maybe 1 second still works. Yeah, that hits better. And now crit. Should feel like double the cast time here. So the crit is an area effect. So I think the cast time was a little bit long. I'm gonna mute for a second. Alright, I need to turn off debug so I can properly see how these look. It's kind of masking the feel of it. Alright, so first one feels good. Boom. Hits and whatever. Oh, I do need to adjust the location here. Okay, targeting, target lock actor. Now that's strange why that's not working. I wonder if that just helps. Is that an issue with the target dummy? Let me go look at the target dummy. It might just be a target dummy thing, but it would be nice to fix it. Okay, yeah. It's just because I wonder if I need to do let's put a core Cinti character here. And then I need like a transparent or invisible. There we go. And then we don't even need the
Maybe I can drive you and stuff is what I'm saying. Okay. I still haven't seen you in like 15 years. So.
there we go. Now it's hitting the middle. Because actually it's a skeleton set. I'm gonna put that on the ally as well. And invisible. Just like to make sure things are working how they're supposed to be. It's triggering a little fast. And then the sides of everything is definitely off. Excuse me. Okay, now I want to change on this part. I want it to be a bit more of a dome looking thing. So I need to do like minus 100 on the location. Oh, let me get the crit back. So it uses the right thing. Yeah. And then I have to turn debug back on. You know what, I might. Well, let's just try this first. So again, just so I get to look at the feel. Okay. That's going a little low. Let's get set up here for iterating abilities. Go to like dots -75, and I kind of want to try maybe like the ring. Did a major lock-in since I found a bug with network buffers. God, the day I'm done with this is gonna be heaven. Yeah, I know. Oh, it feels so good when you get that stuff done like that. I remember like all my days with vertical third and just the feeling you get when you like finish something and it works. I think it's Mez. Is it Mez that has the thing I'm looking for? I forget what I did. Is it this one? No. Oh, it's probably enchant weapon. Nope, not that one. Enchant armor. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Alright, I'm going to take this one for now. But this we're going to do as duplicate this and just do red. And then come here, that color. And I don't need that. And then bring this back. Bring this back. And this is the stun crit. The good news, though, is that we're actually connecting over the net, which is huge. Works on my machine and on a server, but for some reason, Google Cloud's missing with that packet structure. Yikes. Okay. Stun. Alright, so slightly bigger. 1.2. 1.2. I'm still using like placeholder effects. Oops. Just to get the right hit kind of radius here. A little bit more. Too much. Okay. Maybe 1.2 was right. Yeah, I guess that's fine. 1.5. Alright, that's tight enough. And then we got the ring right there. That's kind of what I want. And now I can close that one off. Let me close most of these off for now. Save all, and then I do need to open up the, I need to get the gameplay field without debug on. Make sure it's hitting right. Okay. That's a setting I need to fix. Stun all these crits. I need to take off the targeting. Okay, not that one. None. check the mesmerize as well. But not powerful. Save those. These guys too, all the crits. Except, wait, yeah, no, all of these I think need their, okay, targeting none. Okay, maybe all these need that. Okay, power is separate. Okay, yeah. But the other ones are not. That's correct. And then I think I did enchant weapon. None. None. And none. Alright, this might need a reload. Alright, a little more oomph at the end. Stun. So speed this guy up to like 1. And this guy to like 3. And I think I'm just going to call that one done. Okay. So, stun R1 is done. And so maybe I do still need different animations for these. Or that should be basically, I should be doing this for single targets. That's what I should be doing. So this one is not stun weak. It's going to be or like the weak crit. It's going to be stun strong. And then we're going to make another one that's like a 4-second cast. And do this like .15. Or maybe not .2. This guy to .5. This guy 1.5. Yeah, maybe 1.15. Yeah, that's kind of good. And then stun powerful. It's going to have this guy. And then I'll have a different animation for the crit, the area effect crit ones. So you have a little bit of perception in what we're doing. So stun 1, nice and fast. No, sugar. No. Stun 2. Oh, I didn't update the cast times. Stun strong is, I think, 2.1. Stun powerful is 4. There we go. So stun strong was slightly off. Maybe 2. Keep it at 2. Whatever. Get rid of my crit here. Okay. So stun 1. That hits right. Stun 2. Little slow. Let's go like 1.8 on that one. There we go, that's a little better. And then we'll wait for could go slightly less on powerful 3.8. Let's speed this part up slightly. A bit more snap there. I don't think I'll do the same to the other one. Oh, 1, like 1.2. 1, play right, 1.5. There we go. All right, I think we're good. It's stun. Last test here. At least the non-crit versions. Again, this is like the big important thing of this next test is kind of proving the combat system out and the gameplay feel of it. Because if everything has the same animation, you kind of like, you don't really feel the weight of it. And so fast. Stun hits. R2. Slower. Hit. Okay. Those are good. So stun base is done. Now we'll go crit. Mes base, mes crit. Let's go. Okay, mes I need a different animation for. And maybe I'll take the blur animation and put it to let's think here. That's a good one for area effects. I think I like that for. I do use that for mage right now. I know I probably want the. That's the cleric. I forget what one that one. What I use that for. Let's see. Could maybe use that as mez, I'm not sure. What are the other people I've gotten from Paragon so far? Sereth. I don't think Sereth has anything really. I think I'm just going to go with some repeats in the mage category of stuff. I think I might use this one. I'll say Enchanter. I'll remove the sounds for now. Glitter. And let's go to the stun animations here. So powerful and strong. So weak, it's gonna be 2-second cast. Which I think is gonna be fine here. I randomly, I remember the rereading your message, Bells. I remember the first few times I got my dedicated server stuff working with PlayFab, and I was just like, I was exhilarated, and just knowing that I booted up a server in the cloud, and made a client build and connected to it. It was so cool. And stun. Okay. Obviously timing's off. Alright, so this has to hit around 2. So play rate .7. Too much. 9. That's my energy right there. At the time where I can see something else move is going to be a very happy day, yeah. Alright, cast time is 2. Try to do this a little bit longer. .8. Yeah, these shouldn't have any delay, right? Cool. And now we need a 3-second version. might as well just go ahead with the last one. Say 4 seconds. Alright, so crit 1 on stun, AoE. And then while this cycles through, weak, I need to get the appearance. Put that to here. The VFX. So now our 2 stun. Same thing, but slower. Oh, that was supposed to require a target. Oh. Enemy target. So some of the mez was supposed to keep a target. Mez, strong. Keep a target. And then I'll have to stagger crit was selection, which is fine. Yeah, I think the other ones are fine. Alright, so now we'll rotate through, get crit back. Strong crit. The location is action current here. Actor, location current. And then powerful is okay, that's fine. Let's give it another try. Okay, that was right. What the heck? Why is the rotation all over the place? Let me restart just in case. So So my changes didn't go through. That's very strange. Enemy, target actor, current. So let me quickly put on. Is it just the effect that's randomly off-centered and not the ability itself? So why in the world is the VFX all over the place? I wonder if it's just something with the target dummy again. The heck? What the helly? I guess I can just do action owner socket. Let me just double check that the kit is actually using the right thing. Strong crit. That's correct. That's wild. I don't quite understand why it's pivoting like that. Now I can try and just do a 90-degree offset, and that probably does the job. But it's weird that it's... Oh, maybe I just need to do that. Maybe I don't need the method of target lock. Just direction, but use the target actor current. That'll probably fix it. There we go. And we will do, let's update it to socket, target actor socket of root. There we go. Beautiful. And we're going to up it just by like 25 off the ground. No more. Okay, too much. 25 is fine. Alright, I'm sold with that. And I should have just I had the other one ready as well. Stun, powerful crit. Also needs just direction, location, and I think that one's good to go. Ah. Oh, kind of a bug there. Alright, and now we like stun over there. Super long cast. Okay, that did not update the animation properly. Unless it's still on the old one. Oh. I set it to 6 seconds. Okay. Stun is done. That rhymes. Stun is done. Alright, so now... Plus, I think I'm going to stop my stream. And just do a little bit of relaxed. Probably watch something while working. Moment. Thank you everyone for watching. Melzy, Jestra, if you're still there. Anyone else? I might be back a little bit later. I stream at random times. And I'm working towards the... My jaw just started to hurt. Hopefully I get at least a basic pass down on every single class. Again, the Enchanter was by far the most difficult because of some unique mechanics I had to introduce. And I'm kind of like setting up, I figured out a few new things with I've iterated basically on some design concepts of the combat system, which is why I had to do such a big reorganization of the folder. And the warrior is about half done already. There's only 6 classes right now. The cleric, I think, already has quite a few spells. So there's a decent amount of work done there as well. Same with the hunter or the archer. He doesn't have too many more spells to work on. But yeah, looking good. I'm at the final stages of this enchanter. At least for a good while. Then we start getting into, you know, finding new abilities, equipping them, and like, you know, changing them through different socket systems or gems and stuff. Talents. I need to create a whole widget for modifying your so-called kit. but that'll come after. Each class kind of like feels interesting and different from other games. Because as we all know, MMO combat is kind of number one deciding factor if people are going to play your game or not. They have to enjoy your combat. What's up?
Do you want sugar back in the living room?
You can bring him back, yeah.
Yeah, he was staring.
Yeah.
Hello.
It is exciting. Yeah, no, I'm stoked. Again, this whole process with the enchanter made me figure out the critical cast system, and that is going to help me a lot. It really helps me design abilities. It really helps me figure things out. Simplifies the mental clarity in my head of all my files and class design. I'm very, very happy with it, and the fact that like I have 6 different pets on shift, and the possibilities of that are so cool. And I'll probably like next time, I've put already enough time into the enchanter, but eventually there'll be like, instead of just weapon pets on your shift, you could have some sort of mage, staff wielder that's shooting fireballs and stuff, or even a bow, an archer shooting, a floating archer, a bow shooting, and they all have their pros and cons. So it's going to be a lot of fun to figure those things out. All the different potential procs. I'm so happy I got stagger in the game, because that's going to help me a lot with the warrior. And the warrior is going to be a huge, applier of stagger. And making sure your team, like one thing that happens right now when you transition from the newbie yard to this area, time to kill jumps up a lot, and I knew it would, and I didn't want to change it because I knew I was going to be layering in more and more power to the game. Because right now you mostly get power from the couple weapons you find or the bosses you kill, and then your leveling up gives you 1 power per level. And so that's part of the power grind. And then obviously through consumables and stuff, through trade skills, you can get like power potions. Yeah, power potions are the only things I have right now for that. And then we have weapons that have procs and stuff. So last time I put in a Heaven Fire Shield for clerics that let them get a damage over time on their smite. I think the fire elementals over here have a Staff of Flaregon, where mages get a damage proc on their fireball. And then, warriors have a Thorn Shield, gives them thorns every time they hit. Rejuve Hammer for clerics, that give a chance to proc healing over time things on all their heals. Lots of things like that. And so that's probably going to be after I finish. So next month's priority is probably just going to be adding bosses and loot to the game. So this month is classes. Next month is motivation to go get stuff and loot. Because every camp, like I only have maybe 15-ish bosses right now. 2 of which are like end game content. And so I would like to basically have almost 5 bosses at each at least like 3 bosses at each spawn. And then each boss is going to have maybe 5 unique items that can drop from them. Yeah, no, it's really cool. I'm stoked. It's coming together. And I really like. Again, I have a really big focus because indie MMOs just have a rap for lack of polish, and so that's why I'm taking a lot of time working on animations. And so last month I got every class to have their own run walk cycle, and that was I basically looked through the Paragon animations and kind of picked and chose which ones I like from that. Let me go to my. Let me switch my class. To change my class in the cloud because it pulls it from there. Characters. Alright, so we got the rogue. Here's the rogue. He's got like those wide stance. There could be better stances for this, but at least fits like a bit of a dual wielding class kind of feel to it. And then when you stealth, this is like a MMO stuff, so he does switch out based on your state. You can come up and backstab something. Boom. Stack my dots. I think I'm getting crit on the rogue right now for no reason. Oh, there it is. I'm gonna die. No, I did that last month too. I wanted a really nice death animation. But yeah, rogue has some work to do for sure. I really want the rogue to feel dagger heavy. Dun, 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 dun. I'm out of that. I haven't done much work on stamina and stuff. So rogues that have stamina can't use abilities. Got him. Alright, and then the other ones we got. What? Cleric? The cleric now. Cleric, I did some actual variations on auto attack animations. like the Holy Strike. The Holy Strike is cool because every rotation you have, you get an extra lightning bolt. Root. And then they have a res too. Yeah, so clerics doesn't have too much. No, I don't have like any crit spells and stuff set up for this. For any other class, I don't really have crit spells set up. Other than Enchanter. Oh, thank you for the follow. DDXDD, how are you? So that was the cleric. And then the last one, what, archer? I think I've shown the warrior before. And the archer's the only one with a dodge roll. It's like a class specific. I want you to feel like that Legolas kind of archer. So giving them extra mobility feels like a fun thing to do. And then they have traps. And then they can kick their trap too. Burp. Burp. And so this goes back to my time in WoW. I was in Burning Crusade, I was a hunter. And I was a survivalist hunter because during heroic dungeons, CC was kind of like king. And so I would triple frost trap stuff, which is basically like a banish or sleep. And then we got power shots. And then they increase in damage as you get higher rotation ruin. So big power shot, bam. And then finally the warrior. So we have like our basic kits down, and we're really, and the basic kits were like pretty copy pasta from other games. But now we're really making them the Ruins of Tearyn classes. And so the warrior, I did a couple of these abilities, with the exception of critical ones. Before last patch. So he's got more animations than most classes. But yeah, no, it's feeling really good. I'm just gonna be so excited for this next playtest. All right, I think that's it. Oh, there's the mage. I didn't do the mage. Yeah, your blink. The mage has auto attack. Fireball. that's my little quick showcase of the classes, and it's only going to get better from here. Set my class back to the enchanter, so I actually finish it. Hopefully today. I'll get through all those animations. And then I'm really hoping I'm probably just going to do it tomorrow maybe. Or maybe that's what I'll work on off stream. Finding some sort of tutorial to do EverQuest styled particle effects in Unreal. Because I want that a little bit of EverQuest nostalgia, like we are EverQuest and WoW, but there's certain things we lean heavy on EverQuest and certain things we lean heavy on WoW. And I want to kind of appeal to the EverQuest players a lot on that side of things. And yeah. And even like I do think Ruins of Tearyn is going to be a really good home for those that like Final Fantasy 11. I think there's a lot of crossover there.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
What settings do I put for cooking the rice? Because I just put a new batch in.
You just hit the top button twice.
Okay.
You hit start twice,
Okay.
and the red light should come on.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm going to just take a break for like an hour or two off stream, and then I might come back. So thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you next time.